have a seat. Hopefully everyone had a nice weekend. Are there any further witnesses on behalf of the state of Ohio? Little maze around here. Yep. Put yellow tape down there for everyone. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Aaron. Sir, would you please state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Robert White.
And you at one point were an FBI agent, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to refer to you as Agent White, if that's okay.
That's fine.
You retired from the FBI not long ago.
Yes.
Would you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about your educational and employment background?
Sure. Graduated from the Naval Academy and went to the fleet as electronic warfare, surface warfare officer. Lateral to cryptology while I was doing that.
Okay.
Oh, too
Back
much.
you up, 'cause you're using terminology that maybe everybody else is familiar with, but I'm not.
Okay.
When did you graduate from the Naval Academy?
1994.
Okay, and tell us about the process of how does one gain admission to the Naval Academy?
You apply during your high school time frame. You require a congressional nomination in order to be accepted. About a third of the midshipmen come from the fleet. I did not get a congressional nomination, so I enlisted in the Navy. And then while I was active duty, got a Secretary of Navy nomination. And so I had applied again and then got accepted.
And when you refer to the fleet, tell us what that means.
Just to the Navy in general. I was enlisted sailor. I went through boot camp in San Diego and was assigned to a training school in San Diego.
Okay. And you spent a year doing that before gaining entry to the Naval Academy?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been, what, 1989?
Through 90.
Through 90? And you began at the Naval Academy in 1990?
Yes.
Graduated in 1994?
Yes.
And once graduating from the Naval Academy, you're no longer a sailor, I assume.
No, you're always a sailor. What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I get you're no longer,
A midshipman?
well, an enlisted personnel.
No, you're not enlisted while you're at the academy. That was before. When you're at the academy, you're a midshipman, so you're an officer in training, and then you get commissioned as an ensign in the Navy or, as a lieutenant in the Marine Corps.
Okay. How long were you in the Navy?
Including my enlisted in Naval Academy time, I think it was 14 years.
Okay. Share with us a bit of your experience as a naval officer.
Let's see, I came out of the academy. I was qualified Navy diver and parachutist, and then initially went to Newport, Rhode Island for officer training and was assigned to an explosives ordnance disposal group up there, keeping my calls up. We go to the fleet, into the Navy, be assigned to ships, mostly cruisers and destroyers. I was an East Coast sailor, so deployments to the Med, Adriatic, Black Sea. And then I lateraled to cryptology, so became a cryptologic officer.
Okay. Tell me what cryptology is.
Code breaking, code making, a little bit of both,
Okay.
half art, half science.
All right. Where did you do, where were you assigned when you were in cryptology?
Yes, went through initial crypto school in Florida and then to Hawaii, where I worked at the command there.
Okay,
It's the NSA command.
all right. Any other assignments in the Navy?
I mean, I did some shore tours and things. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, after my second ship, I was assigned as the gunnery officer in Dam Neck, Virginia.
Okay, tell me what the gunnery officer is.
I had the sailors and the Marines who taught a sniper course for the Marines, taught grenade launchers and kind of small arms stuff. And then we had the large guns that you see on a ship, like the big guns. We had those along the waterfront there, so we would train the sailors on those.
So you became familiar with, among other things, small arms weapons, rifles, automatic weapons. Is that correct? You're nodding. She's taking.
Yes, mostly small arms. I don't know that. I didn't train them. I had, instructors who trained on the.
Have you been trained on those items?
I have.
And you're familiar with the training protocol, I guess, for small arms fire.
In the Navy and in the FBI, yes.
Okay. How about the Marines?
The Marines pretty much taught the Navy guys. That's how we learn.
And in terms of automatic rifles, tell us about the training on those.
My experience with that was mostly like just in the FBI, like on the SWAT team there, and so not something I used in my naval capacity.
Okay. All right. Well, how did you get from the Navy to the FBI?
I was recruited when I was stationed in Hawaii, and I just had one of my sailors. She always wanted to be an FBI agent. She kind of like brought me downtown to go to a recruiting presentation, and kind of got hooked there and applied from there.
And what year was that you joined the FBI?
2002.
Okay. And now you'd had a lot of training up to that point. Did you have additional training when you joined the FBI?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
All new agents have to go through Quantico. So it's the FBI. It's a strong gun culture. I mean, you have to understand your weapons that you use, small arms primarily. You'll do some shotgun work there, but I mean, you won't at that time deal with automatic weapons or anything like that.
And share with us a bit of your FBI experience in terms of assignments.
I was mostly a cyber agent, cyber and counterintelligence work. Did that for many years and then became a supervisor in that field. And then stepped down from the supervisor role, did some more counterintelligence, and then onto the public corruption squad.
Okay. You mentioned a moment ago FBI SWAT.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI has SWAT units?
Yes.
And were you a member of that?
Yes, it was a collateral duty that I
Okay.
volunteered for.
And what type of training did you have as a SWAT officer?
It's pretty extensive. We would train every week if we didn't have missions. We would be training. It would be obviously firearms. We would do patrolling. We would do, we did some water stuff, dealing with, bomb makers and just all kinds of different things. And then different technology, like how to use the robots and other things.
Okay. How about weaponry?
Yes.
What types of weapons did you train on as a SWAT member?
We would have our primary weapon, our handgun that we would use. Some guys had 45s, some had, Glocks. I had a Glock. We all had M4s, which are, like the military, essentially rifles. I think for the first few years that I was in, there were still automatic versions of that, and then we phased them out for the 3-round burst versions.
Okay. So when you started, the M4s were fully automatic?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about firing an automatic weapon. How does that differ from firing a semi-automatic?
Semi-automatic? You pull the trigger, it just keeps going until you run out of rounds. It's a lot, if you don't have, if you're not really trained to handle it, and so it can get away from you as it tends to walk a bit.
All right. You say it tends to walk. Tell me what you mean by that.
Just as you're shooting it, as the rounds eject and everything, it will take a little step, in the other direction. And so, the more time that you spend squeezing that trigger and sending more rounds out, the more that it can kind of go off your target.
Okay. Go off the target.
Yeah, if you don't properly control it.
All right. And how are you taught to properly?
You're going to lean into it. You're going to, usually get it really set in your shoulder and try and I would say I wouldn't go full auto on it. I would just do shorter round bursts to try to control that, because I don't want it to do that.
And was that part of the training?
Yes.
And when you say short round bursts, what do you mean?
Usually 3-round bursts is what the Marines would instruct us on.
Okay. So the reason to try to narrow it to 3-round bursts is to keep the weapon on target?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, from your experience, the general training across SWAT, across the military and the various places where they use automatic weapons?
Yeah, it allows you to conserve ammo as well as be more accurate in what you're shooting. So that was pretty standard. You could even get into like a rhythm in your shooting, and because the weapon would rise, and then when you let off of it, it would drop back down, and then you could engage it again. And so it was a nice way to kind of keep it on your target.
Okay. Were you trained in what's called defensive tactics?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Defensive tactics in the Bureau is mostly how do you do arrests, how do you go hands-on with the subject, ground fighting. Sometimes you're hands-on and you have to break and then draw your weapon. It's those types of things, as well as when to use your weapon.
From a tactical standpoint, when dealing with someone that is armed, are there certain tactical protocols that you're encouraged to follow?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, you want to get every advantage in a situation like that. I think that's something that the Bureau does well. So we do try to go with more people. We go with more weapons. We try to surprise the subject, right? Get every advantage to take the fight out of them so that you don't have a situation like that. If you're dealing with armed folks, ideally, you want to have them like turn away from you, drop the weapon, turn away from you, give you more reaction time while they have to kind of figure out what's going on. Usually someone's covering that individual. If you need to go hands-on, there's someone who's covering them, someone's going hands-on.
That's what you mean by trying to get numerical advantages?
Yes, I mean, not just that, but like anytime that you could, if you were, maybe assaulting a house or something, you want to go with enough people that you've got all of the entrances and everything covered. You go into a room, you can cover a room properly, things like that.
How does the concept of cover?
Cover? Yeah, that's usually the first thing that you need. In Quantico, when you're learning as a new agent, if you spend more than 3 seconds out of cover, the instructors get all over you. So that's the first thing, is try to get into a place where like you're protected, you're as small as possible, makes it hard to hit. Marksmanship's important. Like distance is usually your friend as law enforcement because you know how to shoot. So the further you can get from someone, the better, right? Especially if they have a handgun and you have a long gun, you've got every advantage. So that distance is helpful.
Okay. So at least in your training, weapon advantage, that would be a weapon advantage, like a handgun versus a long gun?
Yes.
And the reason for that is what?
Why would you take a long gun over a handgun?
Yeah.
Oh, every advantage. I mean, it's a faster weapon system. It's more powerful, greater range, more accurate. It's better in most cases.
So when you say greater range, are you talking about it can be further apart?
Yes, and be more accurate. And
Okay.
yes.
Now, explain to me how an investigation gets started by the FBI. Are there certain procedures that occur to enable agents to begin an investigation?
It can start a number of ways. I mean, it could be a complaint. It could be something that comes in, a victim statement, or something bad happens, we learn about it, or, I don't know, another law enforcement agency. It could be a number of things, but ultimately, we can't just open our own investigations. We would present that to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they would agree to open the investigation.
So any investigation that is done by the FBI has to first be approved by the United States Attorney's Office,
Yes.
whatever locale they're in.
Yes.
Now, did you become involved in an investigation of the December 4th, 2020 shooting of Casey Goodson Jr.?
Yes.
And tell me how that came about.
Well, we weren't brought in initially. The shooting had occurred on the 4th, and it was sometime after that we were asked to investigate. As far as I understand, it came over from the U.S. Attorney's Office, and my supervisor assigned it to me and Vic.
And Vic is who?
Agent Chapas.
Okay.
Victor Chapas. Yeah.
Vic Chapas.
Yes.
And he's another FBI agent that at that time at least was located here in the Columbus office.
Yes.
Okay. You may not have the date right on the top of your head, but in proximity to December 4th of 2020, which was a Friday, do you recall how long after that Friday it was when you and Agent Chapas opened your investigation?
I think it was probably the following week.
Okay. And tell us about that. When you opened your investigation, what were your guys' initial steps?
Typically, we would do an opening EC. It's an electronic communication. It's just like a memo that outlines, this is what we're opening. This is the case designation. We would start to kind of paper the file, which is, collect information about the victim, subject, those types of things, run criminal history checks, maybe some OLEG and, just background information. Put that in there, and then we would need to get caught up on what had occurred since that time frame. So touch base with Columbus PD and get the files that they had collected up to that point.
Okay. So when you guys opened your investigation, you were aware that the Columbus Police Department had done some work on the case.
Yes.
Do you recall who you contacted over at the Columbus Police Department?
Art
Hughes?
Hughes. Yes, sorry. Yes, detective. He's a homicide detective there, Art Hughes.
Okay, and did you and Agent Chapas work with Detective Hughes throughout
Yes.
your investigation?
Yes.
Was he cooperative with you?
Yes.
And when you contacted him, what did he provide to you?
Anything that they had already collected. So there were some initial interviews that were done with individuals in the house, task force members. Eventually we would, get the victim's clothing, looking at those things. We would really anything. It would be,
Had he collected body cameras?
Yes.
And were you able to determine early on whether, well, strike that. Your understanding when this investigation opened was who was the victim of the shooting?
Mr. Goodson?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Casey Goodson.
And did you understand at the outset who had been responsible for the shooting of?
Yes. Yes.
Who was that?
It was Deputy Meade.
Okay. Did you understand in those initial days what Deputy Meade's capacity was as a law enforcement officer on that particular day?
Yes, he was a member of the SOFAST task force.
Okay. And that's a task force with the United States Marshals Service?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, did you understand what his employment was other than just SOFAST?
Yes, I believe he was a Franklin County deputy and member of their SWAT team.
Sorry.
Franklin County deputy and member of their SWAT team.
Okay. did you ascertain early on in the investigation whether Deputy Meade or other members of the SOFAST team were wearing body cameras on that day?
Yeah, they don't wear or didn't wear body cameras then. I don't know if they do now.
Okay, at least then they were not.
Yeah, they did not.
So, in the body camera videos that were collected, none of them were of the shooting itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you also collect video from Detective Hughes, or copies of video from Detective Hughes of cruiser videos?
Yes.
Did you and Agent Chapis review those?
Yes.
There was a lot, right?
Yes, it was a lot.
Tell me, all right, you've taken these initial steps, you've gathered or assembled the information from Columbus Police that they had.
Mm-hmm.
What steps did you take in those initial days?
I went out to the location. I walked the residence to get a kind of a feel of like what the neighborhood was like. I looked for additional cameras, kind of drove through the area, and eventually we asked for our evidence recovery team to come out and process the scene, see if there was anything that was missed.
Well, when you went out and walked through the area and drove around the area,
Mm-hmm.
You said you were looking for cameras, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Did you locate any?
Yes.
Where?
Several locations. There was a ring across the street on Estates. There was a ring across the street on, I think it's Case, maybe. There was a house like 2 doors up that had like legit cameras on it, like more than just a ring. And then up at the corner of Ferris and Carl, there's a St. Matthias there, and so they had several cameras.
Okay. Did you collect any videos from any of those cameras?
Yes.
What?
St. Matthias mostly. The other ones, the one across the street didn't have anything, and then the one in the, like off of Case, directly across, like on the fence side, it wasn't working. So, and then the house that was 2 doors up, they didn't have anything to share. So it was mostly St. Matthias.
Okay. So you and tell us about the cameras up at St. Matthias. What did they capture?
They had probably more than 2, but there were really only 2 that I was interested in. One that's like right at the main entrance that covers the parking lot there, and then one that shoots a little bit more towards Carl, which had the intersection.
Okay, so the intersection between of Carl and Ferris.
Yes.
Okay. The one that covered the, what interests you about the one that covered the parking lot?
It also covered Ferris as well. So I mean, you could see vehicles coming and going there. You could see that was where it looks like the SOFAST team had staged at some point. So you could see things like that. It was helpful.
Did it show the intersection of Ferris and Estates?
That one did not. The other one did.
The parking lot one, or
The parking lot one was just directly in front of St. Matthias, and then there was another one which pointed. It did catch the parking lot, but then it also had the the intersection.
Okay. So I'm, maybe I'm the only one confused. Were there 3 cameras you were looking at, or?
There were 2 that we collected video from.
Okay. And those 2, what portion of the surrounding areas did they show?
Yeah, one showed directly in front of St. Matthias, so just like the street and the houses across from it. And then there was a second one which pointed out towards the intersection, and that one had
Which intersection?
the Ferris and Carl
Okay.
intersection.
The one that pointed directly out, did that show Estates Place as well?
No. You couldn't, that was further down, and then it was,
Okay.
you make a
So
turn.
you didn't collect that
On
one?
Estates?
The one that showed Estates.
I don't know that video. I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Well, let me see if I can place them. You tell me which ones they are.
Your Honor, we're willing to stipulate if there was a camera that captured State Place and Ferris, that would speak for
Okay.
Okay.
Do you stipulate?
Sure. Okay. I think those videos have already been stipulated too. You mentioned that in the course of your investigation, you arranged for the FBI's evidence response team to come to the scene. Would that have been on or about December 15th, 16th, and 17th?
That sounds correct.
And tell us what the evidence response team is.
It's a collateral duty as well. It's usually made up of agents and support staff, and they get trained to collect evidence different ways. There's a photographer on there. They're experts on preserving evidence. I think they go to the farm and they learn about like how bodies decompose. They can do body digs, things like that.
Okay. Well, let me show you. A series of posters here, Matt. Huh? This one? Yeah, first.
You did.
I've got a series of posters. Let's start with States Exhibit 19. Is this an FBI generated poster?
Yes.
Okay. What, I mean, I think it's Google Maps, right?
Yes.
But what's being depicted?
So this is St. Matthias here.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about, like camera there, and then the camera that looks out over here. This is the State Place, and then this was the residence where the shooting occurred.
Okay, and this is this FBI markings where the names of the streets have been placed on there?
No, that comes from Google Maps.
That comes from Google, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, as a result of the evidence response team, did they generate some graphics from their visit there?
Yes.
going to show you what's been marked as 11C.
Okay.
Tell me what that is.
This is another like zoomed in version of the house. And so it's got both, like, this is estates plates, this is case. This is the fence and that goes around the yard here.
Okay.
And then they've kind of like removed the roof so you can kind of see the layout inside the house.
Okay. And at least when they were there, the vehicles were not parked in the roadway as they're depicted here, is that right?
Correct. They added them.
That would have come from information you got from Columbus?
Yes.
Okay. And I suppose body cams.
Mm-hmm.
States Exhibit 11A. Tell us what that is.
That's zoom in of the house there. So it's just primarily focused on the house, what the sidewalk looks like, where the fence was, and then the side entrance into the house and kitchen.
And this little line here, what is that?
Yeah, that's the door, the inner door. It swings in.
Okay.
And
then there's a very light line.
yes, that's a storm door.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 11B,
Okay.
I guess has the earlier poster up in the corner here.
Yes.
But what's being depicted there?
This is a zoom in of the kitchen. So this down here at the bottom is where you would come in. This is that inner door. This door leads down to the basement. And then you turn right, and there was a table there, the stove and the refrigerator.
The stove, refrigerator,
Yep, sink. Yeah, and the gray is like the soffit that goes around
the
this.
soffit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe cabinets.
And those were all generated by your evidence response team as a result of their visit and information that was provided to them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the FBI collect anything from the house when they were out there that day? Physical property?
Yes, I'd have to see the log, but yes.
What's the screen?
Rather than maybe carrying it over there, if I could have the agent step over here.
Okay.
Okay.
You might, oh.
This is State's Exhibit 26. You recognize this item?
Yes, storm.
That's, and this is the storm door that was still on the house when you were out there?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys collected that. And I think there, at least at one time, there was glass in there. In reviewing the scene photographs from the Columbus Police, did you note glass in those?
Was not in the door, it was on the, yeah, on the landing.
On the ground?
Yes.
And it's, you know, maybe all storm doors are this way now, but it's the kind that shatters into small pieces instead of the big shards that can do significant damage if somebody cuts themselves on it. Right. Karen, may I approach the witness? Agent, show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, it's a diagram of the kitchen and the house, and then the lines of where they marked certain evidence.
Okay, and again, was this something that was generated by the ERT?
Yes.
Now, when the ERT team was out there, you were out there also, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were observing what was going and perhaps even giving some direction as to what you wanted to accomplish, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 10A,
Okay.
B, and C, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, these are pictures of the door where they're rotting the door. They're like showing the trajectories of the rounds as they pass through the metal part of the storm door.
And again, you were present when that was all done, is that correct?
I was in and out on different days. I mean, I'm not sure that I was there at the exact time that they made those.
Okay,
But-
but do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw out at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't take the photographs, did you?
No.
That's the ERT people.
Yes. So the ERT is like there's a Cincinnati ERT, and then they call in other ERT members to help. So yes.
And the team that was assembled came from various locations.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Including Washington, D.C.,
Yes.
Cincinnati,
Yes.
I think Pittsburgh. Okay. The significance of the door being collected was what?
Well, you want to know the trajectory that the rounds took, and so it's an important piece to kind of to understand like how they pass through that door.
Was there any other indication of bullet strikes on the exterior of the house other than the door?
None that I know of.
Okay. And that was one of the things that the whole team was looking for. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at some point in the investigation, did you become aware of a Subway shop on Morse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about how you became aware of that.
The family had always said that he had.
You may.
Approach the witness.
You may.
Agent White, I'm going to place in front of you what's been marked as States Exhibit 14
Okay.
and States Exhibit 15.
Mhm.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, those are camera shots from inside the subway and outside in the parking lot area.
Okay, and where is that subway located?
I don't know the address right off, but
In proximity to?
it's, yeah, it's north of the residence and further, Morse
Morse is up here.
is up there, yeah.
And it's north, it's on Morse Road.
Yes.
Correct? You don't know the precise address.
Sorry, don't.
That's all right. In terms of travel distance, is it, how far away is it?
Just a couple of minutes, yes.
May I publish these, John?
You may. Note your objection.
This is States Exhibit 14. And who was that
Mr.
carrying the
Good,
bag?
yeah, Mr. Goodson.
Okay. And then, and that's inside the store, is that correct?
Yes,
And then States Exhibit 15, this is the outside the store.
yes.
In fact, you can see the subway sign there.
Mhm.
Who's that?
Yeah, Mr. Goodson exiting, looks like exiting the store.
And in the course of the investigation, did you also retrieve a receipt from the subway store?
I believe so. I don't know if I retrieved it.
States Exhibit 14. You recognize what that is?
Yes, it's a subway receipt dated December 4th, 2020 at 11:48 a.m.
Okay, and does it have a pickup time?
12:05 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
During the course of the investigation, did you receive a written statement from Mr. Meade?
Yes.
And that came through the Columbus Police?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 27. And recognize that as the written statement that you received?
Yes.
When you read the statement, did you note anything that triggered further investigative tasks by you?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
Around page 3, he describes the initial interaction with Mr. Meade. I'm sorry, yes, with Mr. Goodson. Mr. Meade describes that. And so he's describing what he sees at the intersection. So,
Now, tell us which intersection.
oh, I'm sorry, at Ferris and Carl.
Okay. And what did he describe in the statement?
He's there at the light. He sees Mr. Goodson coming in his car. He's yelling. He has a handgun with an extended magazine. He's got it. He's holding it horizontally. He's pumping it. He's yelling. He's pointing it at a driver who's traveling. At the time, Mr. Goodson's facing south on that road, and there's a driver coming north, and he tracks the driver with it, and he gets on the radio and makes a call that there's a guy out here waving a gun around. I think it's Younglis that responds, and they have a conversation on the radio. I think he confirms his location. I guess I can look it up here. And then Mr. Goodson makes the left turn, and he describes that Mr. Goodson is waving the gun at him. He ducks down. He goes to grab his pistol. It's not there. He gets on the radio, makes another call, then does a U-turn and pursues Mr. Goodson. And I felt like that was a lot that happened in that time frame. So
So what'd you do as a result of it?
well, we had the video, first of all, from the corner there, from St. Matthias. So we looked at that to see if that made sense. And then just to kind of make sure, we did a reenactment. So we got his vehicle, we got Mr. Goodson's vehicle. I blocked off the street, and we just did a couple of runs, recording that with our evidence recovery team, the photographer.
States Exhibit 33. Agent States Exhibit 33 is a thumb drive. Have you looked at that thumb drive?
I have.
And does that contain this video reenactment that you have described?
Yes.
Let's take a look at it. Okay, let's start with the first one. Yeah. Okay, bring it up again and see if you can stop it right at the beginning. There, stop. Okay. The video is located where?
The
camera.
recording device
The camera.
in Mr. Meade's truck.
Okay, so we're looking out of Mr. Meade's truck, is that correct?
Yes.
And the truck is located where?
At the intersection of Carl and Ferris, right where it was in the video that we took,
The
St. Matthias video,
Okay, so it's at the stop bar.
in the first position.
There's a left turn lane and a right turn lane,
Yes, sorry, thank you.
and it's in which lane?
The left turn lane.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and proceed. Now stop. Stop. That car is what?
Mr. Goodson's car. I think it's his grandmother's car, but it's the one he was driving.
The one he was driving that day?
Yes,
Okay, so we have the two actual vehicles from that day.
yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Gary. Okay. Now, you took more than one video. Why was that?
We wanted to do it a couple of times, maybe some different speeds. We wanted to do it with different actions in the car to see what you could see.
Okay. Let's go to the second one. So as the driver is coming southbound on Carl, do you have him making gestures or anything?
Yes, and some of them.
Okay, on that one, do you know?
I didn't see any gestures in that one.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Mr. Merkel, are these all within Exhibit 33, or are they?
They are. It's all on that thumb drive. Yep, stop right there. Who's that?
That's me.
That's you?
Yes.
So you're indicating, okay, we're set up, come on forward?
Yes, we had blocked the road and the intersections, and so once everything was good, I would give them the sign, and then I would step behind the sign, so I was out of the video when it.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead, play. I'm sorry. Stop. Now, he's moved the camera, is that correct?
Yes.
And so now what we're as far to the right as, and still looking out the windshield, is that right?
Yes.
So that depicts the portion of Carl Road that can be viewed from his truck.
Yes.
Okay. go ahead. Okay, next one, please. Stop for a second. There's a line at the far right of the video. Is that the edge of the
Sign?
sign there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Next one. Th- 38, I believe. Next one, Gary. Oh. Okay. Now, through this entire reenactment, did you guys ever relocate Mr. Meade's truck
Relocate it?
from in each of the videos? Did the
No, it
truck
stayed where,
stayed in the same
yes,
spot?
yes,
I mean, once you placed it there based on what the Ferris or the St. Matthias video had shown, it remained there.
yes.
Did you also do an inspection of Mr. Meade's truck yourself?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I obtained a warrant for it, and then We did a search of it to make sure a lot of the infotainment systems that are in the modern vehicles will track when doors open and close, windows go up and down, things like that. So we got a warrant, and then we did that forensics. And then I inspected the vehicle myself, looked at what type of equipment he had in it, and took some pictures and a video of the light package.
I'm going to show you what's number 36. Show you thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 36.
Okay,
Does that contain the video you took of the truck?
I believe so.
Okay, and you've reviewed this?
Yes.
Can we get on there again, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. And do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What is that?
That's his unmarked vehicle, but it has a covert light package in it so that you can turn it on and identify yourself as law enforcement.
Okay. And in inspecting the truck, do you know how you turn that covert light package on?
I mean, you do it inside. I couldn't tell you right now, like where in there you would do it. I'd have to look at it. Sorry.
In the driver's area?
Yes.
I mean, you don't know specifically where the switch was, but there was a switch somewhere.
Yes.
Did you notice whether the vehicle had an Ohio license plate on it?
It does not. I think it was Maryland, maybe.
Had the state of Maryland license plate on it?
I think so. I think so, yes.
So if the lights aren't ignited, if you're just looking at the license plate, you're not gonna see it as an Ohio vehicle. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
In looking at the body cam from the day of the incident, did you review the body cam of CPD officer Sam Rippey?
Yes.
If you recall, did his body cam capture the location of Mr. Meade's truck right immediately after the shooting?
Yes.
And in capturing it, did it indicate or did it capture whether his covert light package was on or off?
Yes, it captured that.
And what did it capture?
It captured it off and on.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Initially, he's holding the side of the house, and you can see the truck as it's parked in the street. The light package is not engaged, and then Mr. Meade comes out and goes to his vehicle, and then the light package is turned on.
Okay. When you say comes out
From the house, from the side of the house at Estates, yes.
when you were out at the intersection and the scene in January, did you also, in addition to the video, have photographs taken?
The ART did take photos as well.
Okay.
Does council want to approach? Take our morning break. Do not discuss this case among yourself. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. About 15 minutes.
All rise.
they fairly and accurately depict the estates, the roadway of Estates Place?
Yes.
Okay. I may publish these, Your Honor.
You may.
Starting with 31A, I think we can get a little larger here. You go down a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Tell us what that is depicting.
You're standing in the middle of Estates looking south, and then down there on the eastern side, you'll see looks like Mr. Goodson's car parked in front of the residence.
Okay. And where on Estates Place is the camera located approximately?
I think it's just north of Sale, which is across the street there.
All right. And did you measure the distance from Sale down to the general location where Mr. Goodson's car had been parked that day?
Yes,
And how far is that?
about 100 yards.
Football field?
Football field.
Okay. Now you've seen you've seen pictures of the body armor that Mr. Meade wore that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it has a placard on the front that says U.S. Marshals.
Yes. Yes.
U.S. Marshals. I'm not sure the exact language. Did you conduct any research as to how visible that would be to someone 100 yards away?
Yes, actually, initially I asked my optometrist about it, and she referred me to someone at OSU, and then eventually they said you would need.
Sustained, you can ask another question.
Well, from your own experience, would from 100 yards away,
Objection, Your Honor. Same basis. This matter has never been turned into discovery at all.
I'm going to overrule it. I haven't heard the rest of the question.
how readable would a placard the size be?
You couldn't read that at 100 yards.
And 31B, what does that depict?
That looks like the opposite view looking up the street. You can see the cross street there.
And that cross street is
So-
100 yards away.
Yes.
Okay. Now, from your experience, would a light package like Mr. Meade had on his vehicle, if turned on, would that be visible from 100 yards away?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
From your experience, have you seen similar type light packages engaged from a distance of 100 yards?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe I've seen active vehicle lights that police would use at that range.
Okay. And they're very apparent to you
Yes.
when engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Um, Agent White, I want to show you what's been marked and previously identified as State's Exhibit 39C, which was a still taken from a video, body cam video of Officer Penny. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph
Yes.
and what is depicted?
It looks like activity from that day. He's on the southwestern part of the property and right by the gate and where the family members would typically enter the house.
Okay, and does it show the location of the gate, at least at that point in time?
Yes.
And then I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39D, which has previously been identified as a still later in the video of Officer Penny. And tell me what that depicts.
It's the same location, just like a little bit off from the other photo.
Okay, and what's the location of the gate then?
It's more open. The other one was maybe at like a 45 degree. This is almost 90.
Okay. Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, this is 39.
Can we take a break real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you, probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
All rise.
Apparently something for him. Huh?
Yes.
I actually got it, I just switched the pay to your visa. Like, that was an option in there instead of Apple Pay, but okay.
So is it taken care of or? Go get the jury. If they can. Having been ticketed downtown before, those people jump all over that.
Well, that's what we were trying to avoid. So it wouldn't let me do it early on the break. So.
received training from other agencies and other entities that involved, included use of force and deadly force.
U.S. Secret Service,
Yes,
DEA,
yes,
FBI,
yes,
LA County SWAT,
yes,
Midwest Tactical Association,
yes,
Columbus State University.
yes. They would bring in trainers on a regular basis from outside.
When you mean outside, Mr. Scanlon, are you saying outside the state, the area?
Within the state, outside the state, just anything that they would find pertinent to the need here in Columbus, they would bring it in.
Mr. Scanlon, while you were a police officer, it's my understanding that you started a training company, correct?
I did.
Okay. Give the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the genesis of that and the time frame when it started.
Yeah, it was 1999, and myself and 3 others on the Columbus Division of Police decided to start North American SWAT Training Association, NASTA for short. And what we did was provide tactical training for active police officers and military personnel throughout the United States and beyond.
And what were those years? What years did those cover?
1999 to 2021.
Okay, so about 22 years of.
Yes, sir.
But part of that time, you're still working on the SWAT team.
Yes,
The other part of the time, you're working on the consulting company that trains.
yes. So part of the NASTA years were on Columbus when I worked for Columbus as well. And then once I retired, we continued on with that company to train another number of years.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who would be involved or what groups would hire the company to have you train them.
Normally be other municipalities or other police agencies throughout the country that either wanted to start a SWAT team, wanted us to provide continuing education for current SWAT officers. The first several years, what we did is travel the country and train agencies in response to active threat and active shooter.
Anything with regards to international?
We had international officers come from outside the country. We also did training in Canada.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard a little bit about police shoot, don't shoot scenarios. Briefly describe for them what they are and why are they used in the training of the officers.
Yes, it can be done in a number of ways. It can be done with an interactive screen where the officer is thrown into a situation where they're watching a screen and waiting for a threat or a non-threat. You can have sirens on and beacons on. It's just trying to raise the stress level a little bit, and it's a problem-solving, decision-making course where the officer has to determine whether it's a threat and how to respond to it. It can also be just on a range where you have turning targets, and a target turns, and it could be someone who's a threat. It could turn someone who wasn't a threat.
Okay. So it sounds like, if I understand it right, you're trying to put officers in tense situations to make split-second decisions.
That's true.
The more you do that, hopefully the better the training.
That's the goal.
When they go into those situations, they know they're going into those situations, correct?
They do.
Meaning the training or the range or things of that nature.
Yeah, they know they're going into training. It can't be quite as stressful as what it would be on the street, but we try to do as best we can on that.
Is there also a classroom component of that?
Oh, there always is.
Why so?
Anytime you talk about high-risk situations or shooting, firearms courses or whatever, you have to explain to the officers what that one standard is that they'll be judged by if they're involved in a shooting or any use of force for that matter.
So you keep talking about the standard. So there's a standard that trainers follow in order to train the younger officers.
Yes, the only training we were allowed to give, the only training standard we were able to provide as it relates to use of force and deadly force.
And that's based off of Graham v. Connor?
Yeah, the Supreme Court mandated it through a case, well, one of the cases, Graham v. Connor.
So the United States Supreme Court.
That is correct.
So is it fair to say Graham v. Connor gives you guidelines on how to train?
They did, yes.
It gives you the legal parameters for that process, right?
That's true.
Now, was Graham v. Connor a criminal or civil case?
That was a civil case.
Also, my understanding is that you rely upon State v. White in the training as well as when you were a consultant, correct?
Absolutely.
Also, my understanding, not to put your age in play, but you testified in State v. White, right?
I did.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen how State v. White applies to Ohio versus the United States Supreme Court of Graham v. Connor.
Yeah, so
What?
Objection, we approach.
Yes?
May I continue, Your Honor?
You may continue.
I think the question was, and Carmen, if you'll correct me if I'm wrong, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of how a United States Supreme Court case, Graham v. Connor, relates to State v. Ohio in the state of Ohio?
So Graham v. Connor was based on a civil case, and this State v. White was a criminal case involving the police use of force. And so it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of Ohio mandated that any case involving use of force in Ohio by a police officer, whether it be civil or criminal, the Graham standard of reasonableness would apply.
So State v. White allows the Graham standard to pass through to the states on a criminal case.
Yes,
And State v. White actually expanded on Graham v. Connor in our state, correct?
it did.
Same basis.
Overruled.
Have you assisted other police agencies in starting tactical teams or in training their teams?
I have.
And that's through NASTA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's different agencies across the United States?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever authored any articles, or do you stay up with regards to the literature on the use of force cases?
I do both, but I've written publicized articles in different magazines, tactical magazines and such.
And sir, for the record, you have your report up there that you prepare, correct?
do.
And you also have your CV, correct?
I do.
And if need be, you go to it.
You want me to explain the publications I've made? No.
That's okay. You made multiple publications, correct?
Yes, sir.
You study it, right?
Yes, I do.
You lived it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you constantly stay up on it, correct?
That's true.
Have you ever been asked to lecture or present on law enforcement aspects, including use of force?
Yes, I have.
Where at, sir?
International Association of College Law Enforcement Administrators, that was in Ontario, Canada. International Association of Chiefs of Police, Ohio Tactical Officers Association, Oregon Tactical Officers Association, National Tactical Officers Association, the Northeast College University Security Association, Connecticut Association of Chiefs of Police, and Ohio Tactical Officers Association, again, in Canton, Ohio.
Have you actually trained at OPATA?
I have.
Okay. And there's multiple OPATA sites around the state, correct?
That's true.
Okay. How many times did you say you trained other agencies at OPATA, individuals at OPATA outside of Columbus?
A number of times. I wouldn't have a number of times. A huge number of officers that have been within Ohio as Ohio police officers, but and the subject of pretty much anything I taught was high risk in nature, high risk situations. So I would always incorporate use of force and deadly force concepts.
We talked about your legal career, all the different divisions and the expertise. We talked about the consulting company. When did you start consulting on use of force cases as a person able to give an opinion?
That was in 2008.
And why did you start that, sir?
I actually heard about a case up in Lima, Ohio, I was curious about. So I called and inquired and got some information about it, decided to get involved in it.
So you became a person who consults on use of force cases, both civil and criminal.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Scanlon, have you testified in a criminal case regarding use of force concepts, and if so, what courts?
State of Ohio state courts, U.S. district courts in Ohio, northern and southern districts, Maine, U.S. district court in Maine, and in Alaska and Indiana as well.
All right, and at this time, Your Honor, I would move the court to allow him at the appropriate time to give an opinion on the use of force in this case.
I will allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you start the consulting after you testified in State v. White? Or no,
Oh.
before, right?
Yeah, I started before State v. White, so
Okay, so that's why you testified in State v. White as a use of force expert.
it is true.
Okay. Now, those two cases, Graham and State v. White, how do you use those with regards to your analysis on a use of force case?
Well, I'm mandated by those court decisions to apply the objective reasonableness standard to every case I look at. And so that's what I use, both the Supreme Court, Graham v. Connor, and as it was expanded to State v. White.
And is it fair to say that they put up some guardrails on what your analysis must be focused on?
That's true.
Okay. No hindsight 2020,
That's true.
the information only that the officer observed during the interaction with the individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing before that?
No, I can't consider anything prior to that initial contact with the subject.
Why so?
Well, the courts have said I can't. So it's not my standard. It's the standard they put on me as someone who's going to analyze a situation like this. So I can't consider anything that happened even moments prior to the initial contact between the officer and the subject.
Is it fair to say because the officer wouldn't know that?
Officer would have no idea about that.
Then the hindsight 2020, is that something that you're precluded from using as well in your analysis?
Right. I can go through materials that might indicate what happened afterwards, but I'm not allowed to use that in my analysis. Once that use of force is completed, I'm not allowed to consider what was found out or what happened after that moment the use of force was used.
So, and ladies and gentlemen, I've heard this a little bit. So the Graham standard is reasonableness based on the eyes of a reasonable police officer in that officer's shoes based on totality of the circumstances.
That is true.
Okay. So the analysis is from the perspective of what the officer perceived at the time.
Exactly.
Is it from the perspective of the individual involved?
No, again, the courts have forbidden us to even consider the perspective of the subject involved.
Because the officer would have to be a mind reader for anything before,
You can't know what that perspective would be.
or what the person was thinking.
No, that's why it's precluded. We're not allowed to use it.
Sir, do you have a process by which you follow when you know that you might be involved in a police officer shooting case?
Yeah, it normally starts when an attorney would call and ask me to consider taking a case. I don't take many, but I will ask that attorney to send me just a preliminary amount of information. It could be body cam video and a statement or just minimal stuff. And so I have to view that, even though it's preliminary information and just a little bit of information, I have to view that through the eyes of a reasonable officer at the scene. I have to look at it through all the standards that Graham, the Supreme Court sent down, U.S. Supreme Court and the state. And then I have to kind of evaluate that and decide might I take this case? Now, I don't take close call cases, so I really turn down probably 2/3 of what I'm asked to consider. I'll call the attorney back, whether it's attorney or prosecutor, and I'll call them back and say, well, I think I can help you on this, or I can't, for whatever reason. And if I say I can, then I'll ask them to send me everything else in evidence, all the discovery, and I will start that process over again, looking at it through the U.S. Supreme Court mandate and the state of Ohio.
Now, if you reach a conclusion, if you can't work with them, does that mean that you believe that the use of force was not proper?
No, I've looked at it on both sides, and where either the defense attorney, I thought had a good case, but for one reason or another, I just didn't want to get involved in it, or the prosecutor had probably a decent case, but I just didn't want to get involved in it, because I have that choice. And so I don't take close call cases, so it's my decision to do it.
And if you believe that the use of force was not reasonable, do you tell the parties that?
Oh, yes.
Have I asked you to review use of force cases before?
Oh, yes.
Have you told me I'm not, that use of force?
Judge. We're here on this.
Oh, well, just,
Have you told me, no, it's not a good use of force, you can't use it?
Well, yeah, I tell you, I just don't want to get involved in it for one reason or another, yeah. And that's happened often.
And have you told me on cases that's not a good use of force?
Oh, I have done that, yes.
Many times, correct?
I have.
Have you ever reviewed cases in which you were asked to give an opinion against police officers?
I have.
Have you done the same analysis that you just, the same contextual analysis on those types of cases as well?
Yes, sir.
And have you made your thoughts known to the party who requested? Have you been requested those types of analysis from prosecutors?
I have.
Have you been requested those types of analysis from defense attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the civil world, plaintiff and defense, both as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever volunteered to work with the prosecution in giving an opinion against an officer?
I have.
I want to talk now about pre-indictment. Okay, pre-indictment. Explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means.
That's where a prosecutor might call and say, we just need some information about use of force and deadly force as it applies in this case, and would you be willing to speak to a grand jury about this case?
Have you done that on behalf of a request from prosecutors in the state of Ohio?
I have.
And have you given that, telling them, hey, this is not a good use of force, here's why?
Yes.
Okay. And have you prepared reports, both for saying that officers, yes, were justified as it was reasonable, right?
Yes.
Have you also prepared reports that said the use of force was not reasonable
Yes.
in criminal cases?
Yes. Now, those didn't make it to court, but
Because potentially pleas or things of that nature.
I have no idea, but
Have you testified on behalf of officers in criminal cases?
I have.
So you're saying you've prepared reports, you've worked with prosecutors and grand juries against police officers, you've never had to actually testify against a police officer?
Yeah, they didn't take me up on the offer, yes.
Oh, now we're at you've agreed to work with a team. Now what's the next process that you do from there, Mr. Scanlon?
Well, then I asked them to send me everything they have. I want everything in discovery. I want all the evidence. I want to be able to look through it. Every piece of information, every page. And I want to go through it and apply that same standard that we were talking about before to it in everything that I review.
And is that the process that you filed in this case?
It is.
And what materials did you receive, or what information, if you want to just list it, but some of them, the jury has seen the amounts here. You'd agree there was a large amount, correct?
Well, it was well over 100 items, but yeah, so, everything from the initial preliminary investigative packet to information summaries, all the interviews, all the canvases throughout the neighborhood, body-worn camera, video, evidence collection, and on.
Now, when you're in that process, when you receive a statement from a police officer, do you use that statement to see if it holds up, so to speak, versus all the other evidence that you've seen?
Oh, yeah, I take that statement or interview or whatever we have, and I try to compare it for consistencies and inconsistencies throughout all the other evidence involved in the case.
Were you able to reach an opinion in this case?
I was.
And can you briefly describe that opinion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, in my opinion, the actions of Deputy Meade were objectively reasonable and consistent with state and national police standards and training.
So let's break that down, okay? So the reasonableness is made up of a couple components, right?
Yes,
Mainly the Graham and White factors.
that's true.
Severity of the crime,
Yes, sir.
immediacy of the threat,
Yes, sir.
and whether the subject was actively attempting to resist or evade law enforcement, right?
That's true.
Those are the basics in those concepts we've talked about.
Right.
Did you apply those factors here?
I did.
White gave us more factors. What are the additional factors that White put into play in the state of Ohio?
Well, some of them were, one of them involved the fact that an officer can be mistaken in a perceived threat as to a perceived threat and still be justified if the actions of the officer were reasonable. They also added some factors, I think, involving such as being if a situation happens at night during darkness, the size of the individual might play into it and into that perceived fear or whatever. So there are several different factors involved there.
What does it mean, sir, when you say, and it says, could a reasonable officer have believed the need for the use of force if put in the shoes of Officer Meade on that day and under the totality of circumstances at that time?
Yeah, it means you have to digest everything that happened from the initial contact and viewing of Mr. Goodson by Deputy Meade at the corner of Carl and Ferris. It starts there. And everything that happened from that point up to the time there was a use of force. And then after reviewing that within the parameters of Graham v. Connor and State v. White, is it reasonable, would a reasonable officer find that use of force reasonable?
The belief of the need to use the force.
The belief, yeah, is there probable cause to believe there was actually a need for that to happen?
Not if that individual officer would have, but whether or not a reasonable officer could believe the need to use it.
That's right.
Now, the jurors have heard a little bit about this, but let's go over some threat terms and police concepts, okay?
Okay.
Can you walk them through an actual or a reasonable perceived threat? An actual threat, versus a reasonable perceived threat.
An actual threat would be obviously maybe somebody coming up with a gun on you, and a reasonably perceived threat might be somebody who's pulling their hand out of their pocket and coming up and presenting the hand as if it has a gun in it, but maybe it's something other than a gun. That'd be reasonably perceived.
And there's different variations between a known threat versus an unknown threat, correct?
Yes.
And walk the ladies and gentlemen between imminent and not imminent. I mean, imminent is quick, right?
Yeah, imminent is immediate. It's an immediate threat. That threat is there and you must react immediately. A non-imminent threat might be someone standing with a knife yelling at you at 50 feet away. That's not so imminent.
How about a non-lethal threat versus a lethal threat?
Yeah, so a lethal threat, again, would be somebody in close proximity to you with a knife or a gun. A non-lethal threat would be maybe someone coming at you with balled-up fists.
Let's talk about when reasonable officers are trained. They are trained. What does action faster than a reaction mean, Mr. Scanlon?
Action beats reaction. Is the action of a subject is faster than the reaction of an officer to that action. It's a reality that we deal with.
Would you train on that?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And was there a term that was used to try to help slow down the action versus the reaction?
Well, yeah, we used a training model called the OODA loop, and it's an acronym. It starts with the first O is to observe the actions of somebody, and then the second O is orient yourself to that observation. And then you got to decide on an act. You have to decide what you're going to do about that activity, and then the last part is to act upon that. And so you then go back to the beginning and observe how your action either helped or didn't help that situation, and you go through it. It takes time to go through it, so you're always playing catch up to a subject's actions. The best way I could probably explain it to you is if you drove into court today and you're on the road and someone in front of you brakes hard, you have to observe that. Then you have to orient yourself to that. Is that a problem for you or is it not? Are you far enough back? It's just take your foot off the gas. Or if you're closer, you have to hit the brakes or swerve. But you have to orient yourself to it. Then you have to decide on an action. Is it going to be hitting the brakes or is it going to be to swerve? And then you get to the action. You actually do that. And you go back to observe. How did that help you? Do you have to do something else? The whole point is it takes time to get through it because action beats reaction to it.
So does the training over and over in that process allow the officers to get through the loop
That is the
faster, more efficiently?
Yes, that is the purpose of training, to get through that loop faster, because when we're talking about the brakes hitting hard, that's one thing for a civilian, but an officer in a life-threatening situation, well, it's life-threatening, and so they have to get through that loop faster.
Now, in terms, Mr. Scanlon, of action reaction, the reason it relates to use of force, if my understanding is right, is because the individual suspect's actions will always be faster, and the officer then has to react to that.
That's right, and it just takes time.
So the training is to cut down the reaction time.
Exactly right.
The more trained you are, probably the faster you can get through UDA and react.
That is true.
And our officers trained, did you train officers to be proactive and to anticipate things?
Yeah, in training, we try to get officers from the academy on in other training, but we try to get them to expect the unexpected. And we also get them to do what we call play the what-if game.
What does that mean, sir?
Officers are always trying to run through their brain different possibilities that might happen to them. And if you do that and you run it through your brain once, you're going to react to it better the second time it happens to you actually on the street. So take, for instance, when an officer is in a cruiser and they're pulling over somebody for a traffic offense. They play the what-if game. What if that person gets out of the car and starts charging at their cruiser before they can get out of the cruiser? What if that person draws a gun on them as they're at the bumper of their car? And so on and so on. But playing the what-if game is stressful, but it also saves lives because it makes officers think about how they might react in a life and death situation.
So a well-trained law enforcement officer is going to do the what-if basically on everything you're involved in or what they do.
All day long.
Hard to turn that off when you're off duty versus on duty.
I haven't been able to do it in retirement. So.
And have you reviewed the training are you aware of the Franklin County SWAT team's training aspects?
Yes.
Are you aware of the United States Task Force of SOFAS training?
Yes, we actually did some training for them at one time with NASTA.
And you're also aware that Jason Meade had training in the military?
Yes.
Is a person with a gun in their hand a threat?
Yes.
Why?
Potential to kill you or seriously injure you, so it's a threat.
If they're facing away from you, Mr. Scanlon, and you know they have a gun, but you can't see the gun, is that person an immediate threat?
Yes.
In terms of if you can't see the gun, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a threat if they have their back to you or if they're prone on the ground or whatever. If they have a gun in their hand, they're a threat. It ramps up and ramps down, but it's a threat.
And if you had someone in that situation, sir, based on your training experience, would you give them commands to drop the weapon?
Yes.
Would you close the distance?
Yes.
Now, if you then saw the barrel of the gun that was coming towards you, is that now an immediate threat?
That's a lethal, immediate, life-threatening situation.
And when you train people in that situation, what did you train them to do at that point?
Deploy deadly force.
Does an officer have to wait to use force?
Now, the courts are clear on that. If you wait, you die. And the courts have recognized that officers are thrown into making split-second decisions in very volatile and chaotic circumstances, and they don't have to wait for someone to turn all the way or shoot at them.
Where are they taught to aim when they perceive an imminent lethal threat?
Center mass, center torso. It's just a higher probability shot.
And what are they trained to do?
Shoot until the threat is gone,
Till the threat is stopped?
stopped.
And is that trained at the shoot, don't shoot scenarios?
Yes.
Sometimes you think a threat's done, does it occur again?
Well, it can go up and down, so the threat may be resolved and then come back up. If someone goes down on the ground, it doesn't mean they're no longer a threat. And we've had officers, of course, find that out the hard way, but until the threat's gone, and then you reassess, and if the threat begins again, then you have to deal with it again.
They're not trained to commit a felonious assault, right?
No,
To stop the threat.
stop the threat.
Let's turn to December 4th, okay?
Okay.
All right, December 4th, 2020, with regards to your analysis. Make sense?
Yes, sir?
Is it fair to say that you took Jason Meade's 10-page statement and compared it to the other evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And let's break this down in components. In coming to your opinion, what role did the St. Matthias video play in your analysis?
Oh, it played a big role.
Why so?
It simply confirmed exactly what Deputy Meade and Rosser and Yerkowitz's vehicles did during that same time that Deputy Meade was explaining what happened and what he had to do.
And just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, you had Detective Rosser's interviews.
Yes, sir?
You had Yorkowitz's interviews.
Yes,
As well as anybody else at the scene.
that's right.
Okay. So when you say you reviewed information, it's not just Jason Meade's.
Hold on.
Can we approach?
Yes. Gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you.
All right.
About 15 minutes.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. You may inquire.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scanlon, back on the record, I think where we left off, we were talking about you taking Mr. Meade's statement and the video, as well as the other interviews of people who were at that intersection, right?
Yes, I considered all of that in conjunction.
Compare them together.
I did.
You're looking for consistencies and inconsistencies?
That's correct.
The positioning of the cars, was that consistent with Mr. Meade's statement?
Yes.
The U-turn,
Yes.
the conversation, or the brief interaction between Rosser and Jason.
Yes.
Rosser doing a U-turn.
Yes.
You're not saying that what Jason observed there, you can't say that that's true because you weren't there, right?
That's right. I used corroborating evidence.
So with regards to, there were also inconsistencies between that statement and the video and what the others said, right?
Yes.
In terms of, you see Mr. Goodson's car coming down and slowing to take a turn, not stopping to take a left.
That's correct.
Okay. But slowing to let the opposite direction traffic go.
Yeah, northbound traffic.
And based on what Mr. Meade said in his statement as to what he saw, was it reasonable, the actions he took after that?
Yes.
Why so?
Based on what was in his statement.
You have his statement.
Yes.
Based on his statement, he said someone was waving a gun or pointing a gun, right?
Yes.
The actions that you saw in the videotape, were those reasonable based on what he says he saw in the statement?
Yes, absolutely.
And with regards to, at that point, why can't he just leave or not do anything, Mr. Scanlon?
Well, there's a moral obligation and legal obligations for an officer when they see life-threatening behavior to address that. And their goal is to pursue and then cause that person to disarm and then to inquire as to why this person was conducting such life-threatening behavior.
So based on your experience and training, was there reasonable suspicion to investigate?
Yes.
Is it reasonable to investigate and detain the person?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And you mentioned something, a life-threatening situation. Are you saying hypothetically, a person pointing a gun at an individual, that can be a life-threatening situation?
Yes.
And what if Jason Meade did nothing? What if he just went on to lunch and went back to wherever he was going to? Are there consequences for that?
Certainly departmental charges for nonfeasance, failure to act, dereliction of duty. There's legal aspects to that. If you don't address a threat like that and something bad happens, there's legal ramifications, both civil and criminal.
Has the case law has the training changed as well as the case law on why officers have to go forward?
Yeah, so I guess going back as far as, and maybe beyond it, but to 1999, that's when the philosophy in policing changed kind of dramatically on how you address and how you respond to a life-threatening situation like this. It's kind of based on the Columbine massacre that happened back in 1999, but where you see somebody who is acting in a life-threatening way, pointing a weapon, waving a gun around in a car, with a gun, animated, walking towards a residence or to a store, or whatever, that it's an obligation. Now, the philosophy has changed where you have to address that. Now, you hope to do it with maybe more than one officer. The fact is, if you're alone or if you're with 2 or 4 or 6, no matter what, you have an obligation to intercede in that and cause that life-threatening situation not to advance to a playground, to inside a residence, inside a school. It's a mandate, and the public demands that of us.
So did you have an opportunity to review Jason Meade's statement about communicating with his team versus the other people that were interviewed?
Yes.
Was what he said in his statement corroborated by the other people in terms of what was aired and who was aired to?
Yes.
Did you find that reasonable?
I did find that reasonable.
Why so? Why is communication like that so important, sir?
When possible, and sometimes it's not possible, when possible, when you see something this life-threatening happening in front of you, to be able to react and in the process of making a U-turn to get on a radio that you were just on with a whole team of officers and advise them, hey, listen, we've got someone waving around a gun around here, and then later to say, hey, he's pointing a gun at everybody here. And to get them involved in the situation makes things safer for everyone, but certainly want to involve as many people as you can. And that's the quickest way to do it, is to go to the channel you were just on with officers you know are in the area.
And based on your experience in training in SWAT team as well as the others, and training with the SOFAS team, you're aware that they have their own channel?
Yes.
And it's encrypted?
Yes.
So you found what he did in terms of communication reasonable?
Yes, beyond the radio contact, then to actually slow down and kind of get Rosser and Yurkowitz involved in it before he had to take off again and keep Mr. Goodson in sight.
Now let's fast forward to your analysis and comparing. Was it reasonable that Jason pulled over in his statement below
Sale Road?
Sales and Estates at that intersection, below that intersection, several houses up? Is it reasonable to stop there when he saw the car and the individual in the car?
Yeah, that afforded him the opportunity to stop and to do some things that he might not have been able to do otherwise, but knowing that Mr. Goodson was still in the car, it gave him the opportunity to get out, get in the vault, get the body armor on that was marked U.S. Marshals, and to secure a weapon.
Also, the ability to communicate with Ross and Yorkowitz once they got up.
They did catch up and came up as he was donning his vest and had the opportunity to impart upon them what was happening at the end of the road.
Why is that important, putting on the vest and trying to grab your service weapon or rifle?
You know, at some point, you're going to have to close the distance and talk to this person. You're going to have to get compliance. You're going to want to do that with some protection if you can get it, and you're going to want to do it while you're armed, and you're going to want to be able to close that distance then, given the opportunity, which was here, since Mr. Goodson was still in the car, to do that before moving forward. And it also gave him an opportunity to talk to Rosser and Yorkowitz a little bit more.
Are the officers, law enforcement, trained to reassess at this point?
Yes, all through.
Is there training and techniques and tactics, Mr. Scanlon, with regards to how to approach someone when they're in a car?
Yes, there's different ways you can approach that car depending on the actions of the individual in it.
So there's training and stuff in terms of whether you box a car in,
Yes,
whether you pull up to it, right?
true.
Maybe you put your lights and sirens on as you pull up.
That's an option.
Okay. Would you, in a tactical situation, if you wanted to approach an individual suspect, would you yell commands to them?
I would once I got to a closer distance.
It's a terrible question. I'm sorry. If you wanted to sneak up on somebody, would you wear your ID vest and yell commands if you wanted to sneak up on somebody?
Not if I wanted to sneak up on him.
You want to make your presence known, correct?
Yes.
And did you find that that Jason Meade's actions were reasonable in terms of that?
I did.
Let's talk about lights and sirens, okay? You're aware in his report he doesn't say that he puts his lights and sirens on.
Yes.
Do you train law enforcement officers on when to use lights and sirens, and did you do that yourself? Are there times when you absolutely should have your lights and sirens on?
Yes.
Can you give ladies and gentlemen the jury an example?
Yes. So I was in a plane car for 19 years while I was on SWAT. And we had, in the last half of my career there, we had beacons and sirens. And it was a great advantage, especially if you're responding to a hostage situation, to have those so cars get out of your way. It was also great to have if you were going to do a swoop and you wanted to be identified in the final movement on that car to get the lights and sirens on. So it's situational. It's not always an advantage, but it can be.
And are there advantages? You said a key word there, you're trying to gain the advantage.
Yes.
Are there advantages to not turning on your lights and sirens?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to announce yourself at a distance where it's going to cause the person to run faster. And that's even true if you're in a marked cruiser. But you don't want to start shouting or turn on the sirens if you're a distance away from that person to accelerate them into a situation where it would be counterproductive.
What is your opinion as to what Mr. Meade did when he was out of the car in that area with his vest and his gun and his communications? Was that reasonable?
Yes, at Sale and
Yes, sir.
yes, they were.
All right. Based on your training or when you're training individuals, if you're investigating someone who has a gun, all right, hypothetically, and do you try to detain them before they get into a structure?
Well, it's a mandate, and that's your goal. These days, you can't simply let someone get into a structure. You can't let them get into a playground. You try to cause them to comply and disarm to where we can talk prior to them encountering innocent people, because unfortunately that's happened a number of times in the past and it hasn't turned out well for the innocent victims.
When Mr. Goodson got out of the car, how did that affect your analysis of reasonable actions?
It creates an urgency to get there sooner than later. Things can take a pause while they're still stationary in the car, but once they're out of the car, then you have to close that distance.
Someone could be out of the car and standing there, correct?
They could.
Right. What happens when that person, as it appears law enforcement, starts to elude or flee? How has that situation changed from what happened at the intersection to what happened on estates and sales, to what happened in the techniques in the car, versus now the person's out with a gun fleeing? How has that dynamic now changed?
It's more of a threat because you don't know where they're going, who they're going to encounter, and so now you have to close that distance. You have no choice to do that.
And the ladies and gentlemen jury have heard this term, exigent circumstances. Is that an exigent circumstance?
It absolutely is.
What does that mean to you, sir?
It means you got to go now.
Now, up there, Rosser and Yorkowitz are somewhere behind Jason at sales and states, right? And once the person flees, that becomes an exigent circumstance.
Yes.
Would you train people in that situation to say, hey, guys, let's go slow, let's take it easy? Or what would you train in that situation to do, someone in Jason Meade's shoes?
You train them that they go right away, whether they have someone following them or not following them, whether they're in close proximity or not, they have to close the distance on the person who is engaged in life-threatening, because you got to look at the totality of circumstances. In the life-threatening behavior, all the way through the situation to now they're moving with a gun outside the car in some direction to go somewhere.
If you don't know the area, you don't know how the car is parked, or you don't know which door works at the house, do you have any ability to understand that?
No.
And was it reasonable for Jason to take off up towards where he saw the individual flee? Would a reasonable officer believe the officers behind him would come follow it?
Yes.
And it's clear, or not clear, but you reviewed information that Detective Rosser didn't see what Jason saw at that point.
That's true.
But Rosser still went, right?
Yes,
Is that how they're trained to do?
absolutely.
And was that reasonable in this situation?
Yes.
Now, we talked about action and reaction earlier. Now that the actions of the individual, Mr. Goodson, are rushed, that changes the reaction or the actions for Mr. Meade, correct?
That's true.
The individual controls by actions the reaction that Mr. Meade has to.
Every time, yes.
Now, on that day, Jason Meade had at his disposal a handgun and a rifle. Can you comment on his choice to use the service rifle? Would you believe that that's a good tactic to do at that point, and why, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, based on the totality of circumstances and the situation he was faced with, that would be the weapon that someone would be trained to get as opposed to the pistol. It's a more accurate weapon, and it's just a weapon of choice if you're going into this situation.
So that's a reasonable choice.
Yes.
The commands that were yelled, you wanted to know whether or not that was corroborated, correct?
Yes.
The commands that were yelled were corroborated by Ms. Staniford, right?
Yes.
And Mr. or Detective Rosser.
Yes.
Not the same, but they were corroborated. How does that factor into your analysis about that? Why do officers give commands at that point in time, Mr. Scanlon?
Trying to gain compliance. That's the goal. It's to close the distance, identify yourself, command them to do what you want them to do, which is normally get rid of the gun and go prone. And that's the safest place for them to be until we can evaluate the situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot about distance is your friend, time is your friend, more people are your friend. Why is that not a tactical advantage in this situation, sir?
But it is a tactical advantage if you can create time, distance and time. It's great. It's a luxury, though, in a situation like this. You don't have that benefit in a situation that's very situational here.
And was it reasonable, the commands that Jason gave in this situation?
Yes.
And had the individual at the door, after shrugging, you read, right, had the person drop the gun or something, what would happen next? What does your training, how do you? That's a terrible question.
Overruled if it's with respect to training.
When you train officers, they don't. You mentioned earlier that the goal is to detain the suspect prior to getting into an instruction that you know nothing about.
Yes.
And are you trying to gain compliance before that?
That is the goal, gain compliance and inquire.
So when the commands that were issued, when Mr. Goodson was at the door, those were reasonable commands, correct?
Yes.
And you can't shoot at a threat at that point with his back to you, right? Without seeing the gun.
Without seeing the gun come around, no.
And you don't shoot somebody when you train them just because they're going into a structure.
No.
Now, you're trying to get compliance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you trained law enforcement officers on what to do in a tactical pursuit? Because now Mr. Meade's out of the car and he's in a tactical pursuit, correct?
Yes.
What's the training say to do there, sir, in terms of the commands and your positioning of your body?
Once the subject's out of the car, there's an absolute need to pursue and close the distance and try to get to them before they get to innocent people. So tactically, you have to close that distance fast.
Now put yourself in Jason Meade's shoes. He's now out of the truck with the door open going towards that. How do you train officers in that situation in terms of a tactical approach?
You know, we go right to a quick walk and a stance that will afford you some kind of a platform, and you close the distance and get as close as you can to the person while yelling commands and trying to announce your presence.
What about cover, sir? You train thousands of people on cover, right?
Yes.
What about cover in a situation like this? Can it be beneficial at times?
Well, certainly it can. It's elusive. The cover is something that will stop a bullet. And if you can get behind it and get your whole body behind it and not look out from behind it, well, you'll be safer. Unfortunately, that's not your job. Your job is to close the distance and cause this person to comply.
So you have to balance the duty to close the distance and go forward and detain the person versus stopping a ways out and hiding behind a tree.
That's true.
When you reviewed the tactics used by Mr. Meade here, were they reasonable in terms of he didn't have time to go for cover?
Yes.
Now we're at the door. You said early in your testimony that you try to do split-second decisions, correct?
Yes.
That's what the training's for, right?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you have to reassess when the barrel of a gun comes back towards you?
You have virtually no time. Action beats reaction. The gun's coming around and onto you. You have enough time to maybe step to the side and give another warning and fire your weapon if you're lucky.
Was it reasonable, the commands given in the position where Jason Meade was in closing the distance?
Oh, yes.
You reviewed Professor Stoughton's report, correct?
I did.
He believes the tactics were not sound. Is that a fair statement?
That's what he said.
Do you agree with that opinion?
I do not.
Why?
He's using a standard that's something other than what we're trained to use as police officers. He terms it in different terms, but he's not using the same standard. The tactics used in this situation are something that's been happening now for years. But anyway, for whatever reason, he chose to be critique of these tactics, and I don't know why.
You've testified multiple times, and there's someone on the other side, right?
Yes.
Two respected and reasonable experts can disagree on a concept, right?
And to that question, I've always said yes. Reasonable minds can agree to disagree. The difference in this situation, and the reason I can't do that with Mr. Stoughton, is because in all the other situations I've dealt with, the experts are using the same legal standard, which is the only legal standard. The Supreme Court put down the Graham objective reasonableness standard. Mr. Stoughton does not use that standard, so I can't really agree to disagree with him.
Mr. Stoughton had another opinion in his report, right?
He did.
Did you agree with that opinion?
I did.
Why?
Well, he said if Mr. Goodson was actually turning and raising the barrel of the gun towards Deputy Meade, then the actions of Deputy Meade would be justified and reasonable.
You also reviewed the service rifle that was used in this case, correct?
Yes.
Have you shot that service rifle, or have you shot rifles like that and in the same platform?
Same platform as the M4, yes.
How many times, sir?
Oh, thousands and thousands of times.
Have you been trained on it?
I have.
Were you certified in it?
Yes, sir.
Did you teach and instruct people on that?
I did.
Okay. And in that situation, sir, with that service rifle, there's a safety that has a switch to semi-auto and fully auto, correct?
There's a safe mode, there's a semi-automatic mode, and there's a full auto mode.
And do you train individuals how to hit that as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that someone who's less experienced is going to take them longer?
It could. It's pretty easy to do, but yes, it probably would.
You said pretty easy. So you don't go click and then go.
No, sir.
How fast, sir?
It's just click. It's just click. You know exactly where the different selector positions are, and you just move the thumb or the finger, and it goes there.
And when someone's certified and trained on that, they train to do that as well, right?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
Do you have any issue with regards to when the firing was on fully auto here?
Not at all.
Why not, sir?
Well, in our training, what we do is we train both in semi-automatic mode and full auto mode. Full auto mode doesn't mean you just hold the trigger down and all the rounds come out of the magazine. It's a burst action. It's maybe a second burst, and anywhere from 4 to 6 or 7 rounds can come out, and then you reassess.
And then in terms of that, when you always have to reassess, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you perceive a deadly threat and you pull the trigger, when do you stop pulling the trigger?
Well, initially, you do a burst and see how they react. If they go down, then you stop and you reassess. That doesn't mean you're out of the woods. You still have a threat there, but it gives you a chance to stop and move forward.
Now, the ladies and gentlemen heard a little bit from the FBI witness about this, but you've actually certified and trained in it. May I ask him to come up in this area, Your Honor, to do demonstration? Okay. So, Mr. Scanlon, so face me. So, first face the ladies. Explain what the term. You've trained law enforcement officers on how to tactically carry and use this service rifle.
Yes.
What are the concepts of it?
Well, we call it an isosceles stance, and what we try to do just to have a better stable platform for the officers involved in this kind of activity, we assume kind of a boxer stance, which is shoulder length apart. You might even have your strong foot back just a hair, and then you bring the elbows in and you bring the butt of that gun normally right into like the pectoral muscle or even in here.
Why would you bring the butt of the gun into the pectoral muscle or in the chest?
You want it real secured and tight. Sometimes you can do it in the crook of your shoulder, but if you have heavy body armor like a lot of us wear in the tactical world, it'll kind of slip. So it's not like this. It's more an isosceles where you're facing the threat, the elbows are in, and the gun's in tight, and the butt's normally right about here or here.
Now, if you'll go over there and face me. So how do you teach them to tactically approach the target closing distance from the isosceles triangle?
So this is a movement shooting situation where you want to keep cover on it, and this position really affords you that opportunity. It's in tight, and then you just kind of shuffle your feet. It's not a run, but it's a quick walk, and you're advancing on somebody, and you're able to keep them in sight and still be in a position if you have to use a weapon to use it.
Why do you train them to be in more of a crouched position?
It's a more stable platform. If you're standing straight up, you tend to want to rock backwards. If you're hunched forward a little bit and the knees are bent just a little bit, you just have a more stable platform. If someone was to push you, they can't push you back as easily as if you're standing straight up. You don't have the balance.
You can keep standing. What kind of, there was a term used earlier by the FBI, recoil. This rifle has some recoil.
It does. Another good reason to have yourself in a really good platform that can absorb that recoil.
And when it's fired, it can go move left to right, or it can move up or down, right?
You can.
And the more secure you have it, the less it's going to move.
Yes.
Is there ever a scenario you could ever imagine where you would fire it from above your shoulder, the butt of the gun being above your shoulder?
No.
Why so?
It wouldn't be secured.
Which means things would go everywhere.
Couldn't guarantee where the rounds were going to go.
They could fly all over.
Yes,
No control of the rifle at that point.
that's true.
Anything about him selecting the mode of firing or the positioning, was all that reasonable to you?
Yes, it was reasonable.
Jason mentioned in the statement, if you read it, about stepping to the left. Once he perceived the threat, are they trained to get out of the way of the line?
Yes. We call that get off the X. So if you're having a gun brought around to you, you want to get off the X, which means out of that more dangerous mode. Step to the left would be reasonable, and you would have maybe a fraction of a second more time to react.
And that was reasonable in your opinion?
Yes.
Mr. Scanlon, based on the totality of the circumstances, what you reviewed from the time of the first interaction from Jason Meade and Mr. Goodson at that intersection, up until the discharge of the weapon, what's your opinion, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the reasonableness of his actions?
I believe the actions of Deputy Meade were reasonable and consistent with not only state but federal law enforcement standards and training.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Scanlon.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Afternoon, Mr. Scanlon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Scanlon, let's go back to, you were discussing how you choose to take cases. Is based upon what you were relaying to Mr. Collins, your testimony that when you are contacted about a case, you know what the attorney wants your opinion to be, and you do an initial evaluation and notify the attorney whether you see the case in the way the attorney wants it or not. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, when an attorney calls me, I know right away whether it's a defense attorney or a prosecutor or a plaintiff or defense. And I listen to what case they have and who they're representing, and they give me a summary of the events. And I basically say, well, at that point I know who they're defending, or prosecuting, and I can get back to them.
So when they contact you, they indicate what the opinion they're looking for is?
I don't know about,
Is that the way you're,
I don't really understand that. I understand who they're representing. So I know what side of the aisle they're going to be on in the case.
have you ever testified on behalf of the prosecution against an officer in court?
I've never testified in court against an officer, no.
Okay. And in fact, when prosecutors, are you saying that when a prosecutor contacts you about an opinion, you know that they want you to find against the officer?
Normally, that would happen in a pre-indictment. That's not the case. But after an indictment, I know that would be the case.
And you never testified on behalf of the prosecution in a post-indictment situation?
No, I've offered to, but I have not.
And how many times have you testified for Mr. Collins?
Well, I don't know exactly. I can run through this and give you a number.
Count them up.
I think 3.
3 times?
I believe that's right.
That's where you've actually testified, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Has any attorney ever contacted you and said, look, I got this case, I want you to take a look at it and tell me what you think without, and I'm not looking for a particular opinion, I just want your opinion?
Oh, yes.
Okay. It doesn't seem to be the way you described it earlier.
No, I've had that happen to me.
And has that happened more with prosecutors contacting you?
I guess it's a split.
Okay. In the civil cases that you've testified in, how many times have you testified on the side against the officer's use of force?
I have not done that.
So your your testifying experience has always been on behalf of the officer, is that correct?
That's true.
Now, you talked about the Supreme Court cases and I think you mentioned Graham v. Connor, and in fact, the Supreme Court recently, United States Supreme Court recently decided a case in which they talked about expanding the facts and circumstances that should be taken into consideration. Isn't that correct?
In what case is that, sir?
Barnes versus Felix?
Yes, I remember that case. They reinforced Graham v. Connor.
And explained that the court had limited the look-back time in consideration of the,
You may. You hear anything?
Sorry.
You hear anything? You continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Scanlon, you've expressed a number of judgments today in evaluating this case as to whether the actions were reasonable or not reasonable. Ultimately, that's a determination that the jury will make in applying the law. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, talk about threat, perceived threat, and imminent threat. Those are different, aren't they?
Well, there's actual and perceived, and there's imminent and not imminent.
Okay. Well, there's potential threat, correct?
Be a potential threat. Yeah,
Well, if I'm holding a shovel in a menacing way, I'm perhaps a potential threat.
situational.
If I'm digging a hole, I can take the shovel and swing it, so that's a potential threat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's situational. It's based on the totality of the circumstances.
And the in the training, among other things that you train officers on is to look at the environment and take that into consideration, the backdrop, if the need arises to fire your weapon, correct?
We take everything into consideration.
And you would, you know, the potential for collateral damage, correct?
We consider that.
Okay. Did you go to the scene in this situation?
I did.
Okay. Did you go into the house?
I did not.
You went to what, the exterior?
I did see the exterior.
Okay. I think you testified that the weaponry involved here, the long gun was a good choice because it gives an advantage, correct?
It was reasonable.
Okay. Because one of the things you do in training is you want to tilt things to the advantage, to the officer's advantage whenever possible. Is that correct?
Their safety is important.
When you went to the scene, did you examine the yard?
I viewed the yard.
Okay, it's not a big yard. Is that correct?
I don't know what a big yard is, but it was just,
It's not an acre.
it's not an acre.
I mean, it's a matter of, from the street to the house is, what, 20 feet?
I didn't measure it.
Okay, well, you were there. Do you have an estimate?
I tried not to step onto the property, so I didn't measure it.
Well, but you could see it, right? It wasn't blocked from your view, was it?
I could see it, I could speculate, but I'm not going to do that. I don't know what the distance was.
Okay. Was it, from the street, was it in range of the long gun? The house?
The house?
Yeah.
It was in range of a long gun or a pistol or a shotgun.
Okay. And there were trees, large trees in the front and side yard, weren't there?
There were trees.
Large trees.
Again,
When were you there?
I've been there as recently as 2 months ago and as far back as 5 years, I guess.
Okay. Well, 5 years ago, were there large trees?
Yes?
Okay. Trees that would provide cover?
It would possibly be an option in the right situation.
Okay. They would provide cover, isn't that correct?
I don't know if we're on the same page on cover, but I
Well, would they provide protection from a shooter at the house?
if you're completely behind it and not keeping an eye on a suspect, possibly.
Okay, well, all right, partial cover?
I don't know. I just don't know those terms, but
Okay. You don't know what partial cover would be?
I don't know what you mean it to be.
Well, what would you call it? I'll ask you, what would you mean it to be?
Well, I mean, a armored vehicle is cover, right? Yet we lost a SWAT officer just 10 years ago as he was hiding behind the turret and he was shot right in the head. So I don't know what you're talking about cover, but to keep your eyes on a subject, you can't be behind cover. You're at risk.
Okay, so what's the purpose of cover then?
Cover can be your friend. It depends on the situation. This just wasn't a situation where you could afford to do it.
I'm asking you,
Ask a question, don't speak twice, or.
Sorry, I'm not
gonna
trying to
scream at me.
speak over, I just was trying to clarify. I'm asking in a general context. I mean, I thought you said you train, you train officers to use distance, use cover, use time. Isn't that correct?
That can work in the right situation, you're right. Generally, you're right.
I'm not putting a situation out there. I'm just saying that's part of the training, isn't it?
It's part of the training in some situations.
And when you train a officer to use cover, is that a situation where it's not necessary for the officer to see what's going on?
No, they have to do it in a certain distance with cover. Can be a good thing, but it doesn't always work.
Well, okay, it can be a good thing. I think you just said that the problem with partial cover is that you're not really getting cover because you're having to try to look at what's going on. When is cover good? When is it that the officer doesn't need to be able to see what's going on?
If you're at a great distance and you have a barricaded situation or a hostage situation, you can be at a distance and have some cover. It'll never be complete cover. And in exigent circumstances, you don't have the luxury of cover.
Okay. In the situation where you have cover, you're saying then you only take cover when it's not necessary to see what's going on.
No.
Okay. And then, again, I go back, explain to me the concept of cover and when it is appropriate to use it.
It's situational. If you have a barricaded suspect and you can get behind something at a distance that provides you some concealment and cover, as you keep eyes on that structure, it's a great thing. If you're in an active threat situation, a life-threatening situation, and it's imperative that you close the distance on the person, you can't let them get into a house or another structure, then cover is not your friend.
Again, asking,
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
thank you.
Move on.
You use the term concealment. Is that different than cover?
It is.
What is concealment?
Cover is something that stops bullets. Concealment might be a bush or whatever that would just conceal your location.
And so it's your testimony that in a exigent circumstance or exigent circumstances situation, you can't use cover because you need to confront. Is that?
Yes, you need to close the distance.
And that's the way you train.
It is.
Did you examine the firearm used in this case?
I did not review or see the weapon actually used in this situation, other than in pictures.
Okay. Are you familiar with that type of firearm?
Very much.
And I believe it had what was called a red dot sight on it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us what a red dot sight is.
It's just an optic. There's different optics that can go on top of that platform, that M4 platform, and it can be anything from an EOTech, the name of it, or a red dot. It just gives you a little bit better advantage in aiming that weapon.
In targeting?
Aiming the weapon.
Well, I mean, can look through the sight and it'll put a red dot where the bullet's going to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll give you a better view of the situation and have a better idea where the rounds are going to go.
If I can ask you to stand up again, please. And demonstrate again the way in which you would hold this type of weapon.
Yeah, it would be elbows in, feet shoulder length apart. The weapon would be in front of you, and you can either be looking over top of it, or you can be looking through an optic.
Okay. So you would have to raise it to look through the optic.
Well, if you're going to use an optic, it's like binoculars, that has to be a clear line between where your eye is and where the optic is.
Okay. So you would have to get it up. I mean, you still have your elbows in, but if the optic is, or the scope is on the top of the rifle, you'd have to get that to eye level. Is that right?
Yeah, to make the optics work, it has to be at eye level.
Okay. So you have to have, versus if you're not using the optic, you could have the weapon lower.
You're still going to bring it up, because whether it's an optic that's on there, a red dot optic, or a different type of optic, or it's just iron sights on the top of the weapon, you're going to bring it up to eye level.
Okay. So, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. You talked about 1999 and the Columbine shooting, that there was a marked change in philosophy, I guess, or attitude as to tactics and reacting to shooting situations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what you're talking about is in the situation of a ongoing and active shooting. Is that correct?
No.
You're saying that changed things otherwise
No.
in terms of officer reaction?
No, the Columbine situation was an active threat situation prior to becoming an active shooter situation. An officer, the resource officer, was on the parking lot of Columbine High School as he saw Cleobold and Harris advancing on that school with weapons. He got out and engaged. He just had a pistol. He ran out of ammunition before they got inside and started the carnage. So it was an active threat initially, and then it became an active shooter.
So he did what you're talking about philosophically is the procedure now. He engaged with the threat.
He engaged with the active.
Instead of waiting for backup and assistance. Isn't that correct?
He engaged with the active threat.
Yeah. And that's what you're saying is different now.
Yeah, you engage immediately. You approach and try to gain compliance from the person engaged in life-threatening behavior.
Did you review well, strike that. You would agree that if in fact Mr. Goodson didn't turn and point his gun at Mr. Meade, then this was not a justified shooting.
Yes.
Because I think you said on direct, even though there's the potential of a threat with a person with a gun, in unless they engage in some way, that, then a lethal force response is not appropriate, correct?
They have to react to the actions of the subject they're dealing with.
So, and the only evidence that was presented to you that Mr. Goodson turned and pointed the gun or leveled the gun was a statement from Mr. Meade, correct?
No, it was a totality of the circumstances and others.
Tell me what other evidence there was that he turned and pointed the gun.
Well, the positioning of Deputy Meade was kind of reinforced by the shell casings that were found on the ground outside the fence. Can I-
Well,
Mr. Merkel, you did ask the question, what he relied upon, let him answer.
okay. All right, the position from the shell casing.
Right.
Go ahead.
So that was relevant. And then the damage on the storm door that was up against Mr. Goodson's back, where the rounds went through that, and then into Mr. Goodson in a upward direction and from right to left, would be consistent, in my opinion, with that positioning and with a turning motion. Also, of course, then there was a lot of, I think it was Dr. Shepler, the medical examiner, mentioned that there was particles of glass and metal associated with the wounds and in the back, but there was no evidence of that on the right arm, at least not the bottom part of the arm. I didn't see anything.
Did you review a report from Dr. Desmolin?
I believe I did, yes.
And it was Dr. Desmolin's opinion that Mr. Goodson's level was not the porch level, but at the kitchen floor level. Isn't that correct?
I know it was at the threshold, is what his opinion was. I don't know how, but no, I don't recall seeing that.
Well, when you went to the scene, were you able to see that the threshold was at the kitchen floor level and the porch was at a lower level?
There were two levels there. Yeah, there was a,
Okay. And in order for, did you view any videos or photographs or anything that showed how that screen door shut?
I did see the screen door, how it shut
Yeah. How it closed?
from, it would close from left to right.
Okay. On the outside of the house. Is that correct?
Well, that's a storm door, isn't it? I mean, what you're talking about, yeah.
I misstated. I didn't mean to mislead you. The storm door closed, and for someone to have it on their back, they would have to be standing on the porch. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if it would have to be, but that's the way I envisioned it.
Okay. And for the damage that was done to the storm door, and comparing it to the wounds that were inflicted on Mr. Goodson, the conclusion was that that Mr. Goodson had to be.
Your Honor.
Approach. You may continue.
Losing my phone here. You made no judgments on the credibility of Mr. Meade's statement, isn't that correct?
I used Deputy Meade's statement along with all the other evidence that I reviewed to look for consistencies and inconsistencies.
And so again, my question is, did you make judgments as to the credibility of Mr. Meade's statement?
Not on its own.
And so is it your testimony that all the other evidence corroborated Mr. Meade's statement?
No. I'm saying that I took the statement and then I looked at the totality of the materials that I was asked to review, and I found that to be consistent with Mr. Deputy Meade's statement.
And, you know, you talked at some length about the tactical soundness of Mr. Meade stopping in the area of sales and estates to suit up with his body armor and to get his weapon, correct?
Yes.
And it was your testimony, I believe, that, you know, the body armor's clearly marked, that would have clearly identified him as a police officer.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The vest was marked with U.S. Marshals on it. I didn't come to any conclusions.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought, maybe I misunderstood. Your testimony, I thought, was that when Mr. Goodson got out of the car and headed towards the house, he was trying to elude Mr. Meade.
I don't know if he was. I don't know what the perception, I can't speak to the perception of the subject involved. It's just forbidden, and there's no way we know what he saw or thought.
But in this situation, tactically and training-wise, wouldn't this be the type of situation that it would be an advantage once he's out of the car for Mr. Goodson to become aware that Deputy Meade was a law enforcement officer?
In training, the goal is, as you close the distance, not necessarily at a great distance, but as you close the distance, you want to be identifiable as a law enforcement officer and have some body armor on and have some markings.
Okay. Because that, again, is to your advantage.
As you close the distance, that's true.
And the best tool that Mr. Meade had at that moment were the lights and siren on his vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, in my opinion, in the training I did with our SWAT team and with the new people coming on, was to know when it's an advantage to you and when it's not. When you're at a distance, to activate those lights and siren while you're pursuing someone engaged in life-threatening behavior can be counterproductive to you because it can cause them to go faster and get into a residence faster than otherwise.
Okay. So that would have been a disadvantage.
That would have been a disadvantage if you're talking about coming from sale.
And by the way, when Mr. Goodson got out of his car, other than Mr. Meade saying that he was holding a gun, what was he doing that was menacing or threatening at that time?
So we're mandated while we analyze a situation like this is take in not just that snapshot, but the totality of the circumstances. The life-threatening behavior happened on Carl at Ferris, and then on Ferris going eastbound, and then so the threats had already been there. The life-threatening behavior was there. The fact that he still had a gun in hand getting out of the car didn't dismiss that.
Well, what happened at Carl and Ferris, what Mr. Meade said happened at Carl and Ferris, that had now passed, so that
No, it did not. This is,
hadn't ended?
it had not ended. It started with Deputy Meade seeing Mr. Goodson at Carl and Ferris, and it continued on until that situation ended with the use of deadly force. It was one situation, one event.
So it's, you know, what you're telling us is that when Mr. Goodson was standing in the street holding his gun, not pointing it at anyone, that Mr. Meade would have been justified in using his rifle and shooting him?
No.
Oh, you described this ongoing threat, imminent threat.
An ongoing threat, and it went from imminent to not so imminent to imminent. You have to look at the totality of the circumstances, and they say, that's my mandate. I can't just cherry pick when it was an imminent threat. But it was an imminent threat when he was pointing at cars and drivers.
And that had stopped.
I'm sorry?
And that had stopped. At the point that Mr. Meade was at sales, that had stopped.
Yeah, and so when he was in the car, there was time to get a vest on and grab a weapon, but the threat had not stopped.
The imminent threat had stopped.
That's why the shot wasn't taken at that point. The imminent threat resurfaced when the gun came around on him at the address at the side door.
You know, when Mr. Meade left sales, he left before his fellow officers, isn't that correct?
Yes?
He did not wait on them,
No?
and it's your contention that's because Mr. Goodson was holding a gun.
No. No, it's, again, the totality of circumstances, not just because he's holding a gun. He was holding a gun after waving it around animated in a car, pointing at passing by drivers, and then getting out with it in his hands and going towards a structure. Didn't know if that was going to be the end spot or not.
And so it's your contention now that, and by the way, pointing the gun at out there at Ferris and Carl, that'd be an aggravated menacing, isn't that correct?
That would be one of the possible charges, I think, yes.
Well, that would be, in terms of a threat, that would be the only charge, isn't that correct?
Okay, given what we know, that's probably, I don't know what a prosecutor would do with it, but the ag menacing would certainly be in play.
And ag menacing is a misdemeanor offense, isn't that correct?
Objection, I think.
Sustained.
Okay. But you are in agreement that walking into a house with a gun is not an imminent threat?
Again, we have to look at the totality of circumstances. Walking into a house, minus everything that happened prior to that, would not probably be a problem.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Your Honor. Same time frame, right?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Carmen. Let's take where Mr. Merkel left off. You said something interesting there. Just a human being walking into a house with a gun by itself is not a threat, not an imminent threat, and there would be no justification of any harm, right?
That's right.
Now, you said something important. Yeah, because you deleted everything else, right?
Yes.
Are officers trained when they're in a dynamic situation? Let's start at the time up at Carl and that
Harris.
intersection, okay?
Yes.
When they then have actions there, do they forget what they saw earlier?
No, it's the whole event.
Are
It's,
they trained to erase it?
no.
Hey, the person's, I don't know if the person's waving the gun now that he's in the other direction and pointing at people, so I can't do anything, because.
Overruled, just an answer.
So, again, is the reason you're mandated to view the entire situation from the first encounter, here, the first encounter is that intersection, right?
Yes.
Until the time the force is used, correct?
Yes.
Based on the totality of what is known to the officer, him or her, during that time frame, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't forget what happened at the first part, right?
No.
It's all a continuing process to determine whether it was reasonable, correct?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Scanlon, have you ever been in situations where you were involved in something and you and the
Basis?
Scanlon.
He's asking about personal experience.
Yes, I understand.
How many times have you asked me about
Overruled. You can answer. Yes,
that? Have you trained people? Have you been trained? Have you actually been in situations in which the only two people involved in the key moment are the individual and the law enforcement officer?
Yes.
It's not captured on video. It's not captured by anything of that nature, right?
That's right.
Does that change anything in your analysis, sir?
It does not.
There's many situations where it's just the law enforcement officer and the individual, correct?
Absolutely.
And you've experienced that number of times, correct?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the optics. You said a key phrase there, eye level, right?
Yes.
Well, if the person's down like this, right, crouched, so on there, and the person can take their head down to eye level with a scope, if that's how they do it, right?
There can be many different ways to do it, certainly.
So you don't raise the gun up if you're standing like this, right?
We don't stand straight up to begin with.
So down here, so you have to use the sight out of either your left or right eye, right?
Yes.
And you can't get like this directly behind the sight, right?
No.
There has to be a tilt of the head to use the sight, right?
There most often is.
How many times you been to the scene?
I believe it's 6 times now.
You been to the scene out at the intersection?
Yeah, multiple different views of that intersection 6 different times.
You been to the scene at Sales and Estates and in front of it?
Yes,
Being respectful, not going on someone's property without permission?
that's correct.
We have an issue on the cover, okay? Is there any general one rule about cover?
It's a luxury. It's great if you can get it, but if you can't, if you're in a quickly evolving situation, then you don't use it.
Is every cover concept based on the situational need?
Yes, it is.
And in this situation of an exigent circumstances of someone known to have a gun, after the fact they find the gun, is it known at that point in time? Is there anything that cover can do in this situation to stop the person from going into the house?
No, only the officer can stop that and try to gain compliance. They can't hide behind a truck or a tree and let them go into a structure after witnessing the life-threatening behavior that took place.
You're not, Mr. Merkel asked if you're here to testify about a general concept of cover. Are you here to testify about a specific event based on all the evidence that you were given?
Yes,
And have you found those actions by Jason Meade to be reasonable?
yes,
Within a reasonable degree of the certainty that you're trained to?
that's correct.
How many people do you think you've trained in your career on use of force, Mr. Scanlon?
Oh, based on all the different other subjects that we included that subject, that block in, there's thousands, I would assume.
Over how many years, sir?
Well, 25 years at least.
A person allegedly, it was confirmed by Rosser and Yorkowitz that the person, and Mr. Terrible question, sorry. In Mr. Meade's statement, he said he observed the person start moving quickly out of the site, right?
Yes,
That was confirmed by different adjectives by both Rosser and Yorkowitz.
that's correct.
If a person, when you're reviewing that, is fleeing and has a gun in their hand, is that an exigent circumstance?
Stating.
What's that?
It's misstating the evidence. It's all hearsay.
I don't know, what was the question?
I didn't ask him what was said.
Overruled it, we can answer it.
Was it confirmed that, based on your review, being an expert, that 3 different people said how Mr. Goodson left the vehicle?
Yes,
Overruled.
The answer was yes, correct?
yes, sir.
When it's confirmed and you're doing your analysis that someone is fleeing or eluding with a handgun in their hand, is that an exigent circumstance?
Absolutely.
Is that an active threat?
Yes,
Do you have time to wait for your team and say, hey, hold on, guys, we're going to take our time? Do you have time to see which tree, this tree, that tree, and that tree? Do you have any time to do that, sir?
you do not.
Had Mr. Goodson dropped the gun, what are officers trained to do at that point in time after receiving commands?
Just contain the situation. They comply, they comply. Everything turns out pretty well.
Would you then have them investigate, secure the area?
Sure, you're going to secure the weapon, you're going to secure the area, you might even put them in handcuffs, and then you inquire as to why they were engaged in such life-threatening behavior.
To find all that information out, correct?
Yes.
And if he did that, would that individual's actions, the law enforcement officer, be reasonable based on what you just said?
Yes.
And you mentioned before, he didn't, was the rifle long enough to reach from up in front of the sales and estates down to where the car was? But if you fired the weapon?
Yeah, that could have happened.
Did Mr. Jason Meade fire the weapon up there?
No,
Because he wasn't an imminent threat, correct?
that's correct.
If a gun is pointed at you, what does the training tell you to do?
You have to neutralize that lethal and imminent threat. You have to fire.
Let's clear this other thing up. You've written reports against police officers saying it was not a good use of force, correct?
I have.
You've given opinions to prosecutor's office prior to indictment, right?
Yes.
So prior to indictment, if a party contacts you, you don't know which side they're on, right?
Don't know necessarily before indictment for sure.
Once the indictment comes back, it says who the defendant is, right?
Yes,
So when someone from that side calls, they're asking you to review it, right?
that's right.
And you know who the prosecution is, correct?
Yes,
And have you been prepared to testify against police officers, both in depositions as well as under trial, both civilly and criminally, against police officers in those situations?
I have.
Why did you find that Jason Meade's actions were reliable? Or reasonable, I'm so sorry, reasonable.
I just went through all the evidence. I went through his statement. I went through all the evidence, the body-worn camera. I went through the video at St. Matthias. I went through everything. And I found the consistencies to be overwhelming, and therefore I came to that conclusion.
And just so we're clear, your analysis is governed by Graham v. Connor, State v. White, from the time the officer's initial interaction, right?
Yes.
Up until the time that illegal force is used.
Yes, that's the mandate.
No hindsight after the fact,
Prohibited.
nothing before.
Correct.
And it's only from the view of the perspective of Jason Meade.
That's correct.
Because the Graham v. Connor says you have to put yourself in the shoes of a reasonable police officer and see if a reasonable police officer would believe the situational need to use force.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon.
Any questions as a result of those questions?
If, in fact, the gun was never, Mr. Goodson did not turn and point the gun, this is not a justified shooting. Is that correct?
If the gun didn't come up, if it didn't turn and bring the gun up, that's true.
That's all I got.
All right, you can step down, take whatever you brought.
Thank you, sir.
Council want to approach? For the evening, do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. You can be here about 8:45. So try and start back up at 9.
All rise.
So you're okay, Judge?
What? I don't even know if I need it. But I'm gonna make it till Friday. You can have a seat. So we can get whatever the doctor is in tomorrow, and then at 9 o'clock, and then we can discuss, do we want to give them copies of the jury instructions? We can give you guys a copy of my proposed jury instructions, and then we can deal with all the exhibits and all that kind of stuff. So if you guys want to tonight go over what you want to admit, I stopped keeping track very early on. So I have no idea what exhibits you want to admit, and what objections you have as to that.
Judge, in theory, we should be ready to close Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Is that what you're,
We can do Wednesday morning.
I'm assuming that we get Professor Stoughton done tomorrow morning, we hopefully we can. Just waiting to hear from him about how early he's available tomorrow. Then he can deal with exhibits and so forth in the afternoon. Closing in charge on Wednesday.
That's fine.
And then, Your Honor, you did a scheduling order that it's an hour total, half hour first close,
No, it's an hour on both sides.
but total, it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah. If they want to take 59 minutes and then 1 minute, that's fine.
I plan to take 59.
And 45 seconds.
Yeah,